Finally, sending data. It's sending data. Can we get that on the screen as well? We can. Alright, welcome back. I'm just gonna jump through all my sources here real quick. I had to set all this up from scratch. I gotta go back here because I need to take this, copy, go here, and paste reference. Unlock. Alright, that should, depending which screen I go to, that should just about cover it. And what else do we have? We got this one, black screen. I don't want to hit the end stream. And I can pull up that and go back to black. Alright, I think we'll leave it there. Let me get chat pulled up. Many people don't ever jump in there, but what the heck, we'll pull it up. Is it on the other monitor? Oh, mountain or hills, that's great. Mountain or hills, mountain or hills. Mountain or hills. Here, we'll put this, I'm gonna put that up right there. So 2 out of 2, we are broadcasting. Shrink this. Come back. Who's gonna say it? Shrink. There we go. Where is he in here at from? I wonder. Alright, we got a big one. First and foremost, let's try and get eyes on it. We'll put that on it. This whole big box here, and I only got part of it in view. You know, obviously, run out of room. This box is from Brain Transplant and Brain Transplant 2. We have quite a bit going on with it. One thing we want to do is we're doing an upgrade with a lot of stuff. I'll show you in a few minutes what we're putting. We have to transfer everything out of here into another one. And this is for a friend, so yeah, we got to see like if we can actually do it and do it right. Let's change sources. Here, wait, which one? This one? Yeah. I think that one. Yes. So we're going to put a keyboard up. Let's just hit enter to sign this thing in quick. Alright. And I'm going to take and sign it right back out. But which is basically nothing against nobody, you know. Just anytime you do an upgrade, the first thing you want to do, especially when you're changing cases or doing a lot of major components, is you want to take and make sure that your machine boots. You want to make sure that it at least posts. That's square one. You know, no matter who it is, no matter where it is, when, who. Just take and make sure your machine turns on, works. We verified that. I already had it booted for a few minutes here and signed it back out. Now that we got that, we can start disconnecting. First, we're going to get this out of the way. All right, we have everything here that we need, at least for a little bit. And we will see. How do we want to do this? Let me take some side panels off. We got tempered glass we're playing with, so Sending messages out. Slacking when I should be building. Imagine that. Alright, they're together. We got it. Hopefully that chair holds up. So we have quite a bit of stuff to move. Let me see. We got a, 3080 in here that we have to move. There was a 1080 water cooled in this last time you saw this in Brain Transplant when we had to swap out the brain for the Corsair water cooler. But let's flip this down. I don't think we're gonna kill it. That 3080 is heavy, but it's mounted in there well. We'll just be careful. So we got a lot doing, a lot happening. I probably should adjust the camera differently. That's about as much as we can get though. All the lighting is staying behind. The thermal take fans staying behind in the case. We're actually trading our components out for another case. Now we have I believe this is a 1 terabyte drive that we have to move over. We got to move this, the Corsair power supply over. And then obviously everything on the other side and anything to do with the LED strips that are running in this. So let's stand it up and spin it. The more I do this with these heavy cases, I was just talking to a friend, the more I find the need to get like a tabletop Lazy Susan to spin stuff around. Okay, so there, you can just barely see it off screen. There's our 3080. I know that's hard to see. Let me see if we can dim this. Dim it out a little. It's got quite a bit of glare on it. If anybody can't read that number, you're crazy. It's there. It's a massive card. You could win a fight. Like with this as a weapon, swinging it, mashing people. Got to move all this goodness. Our water cooler, fans, motherboard, all that. It's going into another case. So, I don't know where to start. Let's start with the teardown. Get our GPU support out. And just start going from here. Take notice of that. Anybody watching now in the future, whatever. 3 8-pins. Insane for power. Which one is this card mounted on? Is it a 3 slot? Or a 2? It's got to be a 2. Yeah, just 2. We got lucky. We got away with 2. Oh, what a big card. All right. All right, take it. Run. Run fast. Let's look at that for a minute. It would be all right with RGB fans in. That would be one. That would be the way to do it. It would be tough, and you'd need, yeah, you would need special machines to RGB that up in the for the fans. But all right, what else? That can stay. We have to pull basically everything. I'm just gonna start disconnecting. That, I think we'll take that. Will that come out? Will that make our life easier? No, we can get this motherboard out without that. What is that? Is that, that's wire? Okay, wire. That's not a zip tie. That plugs in the back side. If we unmount that, we're going to have to repaste it, but I think we're going to just for, well, yeah, no, yeah, maybe. We'll check. I know we need to unplug this, and we need to get our one wire from the back side that comes up to this, actually two wires, and they are strapped in, like in. We have to retrieve them out of here as well. I don't remember what order I put them in there. Alright, we got this out. We got to get our EDP. I forget what they call this. EDP. I call it a 12-volt rail. It's a dual 12-volt rail. If we got room, and we do. Alright, let's flip this over. Nothing's really going to fall other than a couple loose wire ends. SATA fans that are staying. We need to start dismantling this side. There's a lot of cable management going on with, let me count these up real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's just 11, 12. 12 fans in this case. I think. Did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And the power supply makes 13. So yeah, there's quite a bit of cable management and stuff going on. We'll move this up here. Basically, we got to undo everything we got going on. Snips. And once we get this out of the way, that's when we get to start getting all the good stuff out, putting it into its new home. Suppose we can take a moment and talk about this too. Anybody looking at this might be like, whoa, wait a minute. We're looking at a modular power supply, okay? I have room to... I do. Can we... Oh, we're on the wrong cam. Let's go to that one. That's the one I wanted. Okay. So we're on a modular power supply. Right. Looking at this, you can see everything is white coming out of it. All the cables, you know, black ends, but white. And then we have this black cable right here. What this is this runs through, this was for the GPU. When my friend added this 3080 to his system, he had to go from 2 8-pins to 3 8-pins for power, as I showed you on this massive card that we just yanked out of here on Craigslist now, half off. No, just kidding. We had to go from 2 8-pins to 3 8-pins for power. Mixing and matching power cables from different power supplies can be disastrous. You got to make sure the pinouts are the same. Now, as far as Corsair is concerned, there's a Type 3 and a Type 4. When you look, let's find one of them here. I don't know which one runs through. I'll trace it back. We're going to try and find it. Hopefully it would have to be this one. Okay, so here, let's try and get this wire out. And that goes through, and what are those? 6 plus 2-pin PCI CPU. Let me find it. Okay. So if I can, we got to cut some ties before I can show you this. Let's cut some of this stuff loose. Okay, so here's specifically what I was talking about. When you look at your power supply cables, you're going to have a Type 3 and Type 4, if it will make it. Let's try and focus on those. Yeah, I doubt it will for some reason. We'll try and make it. There we go, Type 3 and Type 4. You should be able to see that clearly. Type 3, Type 4. These are both Corsair cables for Corsair power supplies. Now, what changed is Type 3 was the older standard, Type 4 is the newer standard, but it's pinned out the same. It is compatible to use like a Type 4 cable on a Type 3 power supply concerning Corsair. But you don't want to take and mix and match and like take, for example, something from a modular EVGA power supply and plug it in Corsair. Just because the plug fits into the power supply doesn't mean that whatever voltages are coming out and signals whatnot when they get to the other end of the cable where it plugs into your GPU or your the 12-volt rail. If it's a 6 plus 2-pin or an 8-pin, doesn't mean they're going to be wired the same way. It should be wired the same way to power graphics cards and whatnot, but where it will be different is when you plug in here. When your system's off, you're not going to notice much. As soon as you all right, we had a phone call. It was about a Nintendo 64. Anyhow, I need an RF modulator. Or wait, how do you do that? How would you do that? I know how to do it. Do I have it that it goes the opposite way? Oh my goodness, let me think about this. This changes that to that. Anyhow, back to the task at hand. Yeah, whenever you plug these in and hit power, you're going to fry something. You don't want to mix and match modular cables, not one bit. That's no good. No good at all. Let's get that. And then what are these? Where do they go? Oh, those are... What are those? I don't remember. Well, anyhow, let's disconnect. Disconnect. And just keep going with it. We have a lot of unwiring to do to get this thing pulled. So it happens whenever you take and connect everything well. Most of that is undone. Let's start extracting all of this. Now, does this come out without hitting that? I think so. Okay, alright. Start collecting all of our screws. Let's make a stack of components. That goes through to the motherboard. What else? This one goes through. That's for our GPU. We can get our 12-volt rail out of the way once we get it out of the way. A lot of this stuff isn't even close to ready to move yet. So, I'm just going to start extracting as many wires as possible while we can. With that, I think we've got a, yeah, we have a good amount of stuff tied in with each other here, so we've got to be careful pulling it out. There's a mad amount of wiring still on the front side. I'm going to try and get it through. We have to stand it up and take it out of view. I guess we can, but not going to be ideal. What? Oh, okay. So we still have wire ties holding stuff together. It's probably bundled in with the fan wires, hiding our slack. So let's see. Let's take this tie off and see if this gets us anywhere. That's one. Alright, one of our other, what's this? This is an 8-pin? Yes. And finally our last dole, our 6+2, and a, hold on a minute here now. That's SATA. What is this? That's a 12-volt rail. +2. Okay, so we had one white, and then that. And how do we make this one work? Not important. Okay, so we had two black and one white once we got to the other side. This should have been, let me look at this bag of goodies we have. We're going to take a little look and a little see. 6 plus 2. 6 plus 2. Okay, so we have 6 plus 2, 6 plus 2, a type 3. So I think for the new system, what we're going to do, since we have two of these, we will run the one, the other one, and then we have our third. If we're doing that, I'm not sure. I think we might be replacing these with RGB. I know there's a lot of RGB coming into the build here, so we got to get to that. I don't know that I want to undo any of these if I don't have to. The other thing I don't have is any 3M tape. So we're going to get as far as we can without any of our 3M tape. There's that. That will pull through. We can leave all those in place. Get our one lone SATA cable. Way, all that should stay. This has to unscrew the hard drive, and then we can put this fan controller right down next to the other one. Sadly, we've got to undo all this mess here to get out. We have to extract this is where the power is for the brain that we transplanted into this system for the all-in-one CPU cooler. Some people don't like those. I happen to love them. Like the all-in-one coolers. Just so quiet. Like the single and then the doubles. I mean, yeah, you have big fans spinning, but it's just good stuff all around. Those, oh boy, yeah, okay, so we gotta split apart all this fancy zip tying we did. We have to extract all that. What is this? Yep, that goes to our thing, the water cooler, and we gotta get this stuff here out for it as well. I don't think we did any of this part, all the tying and whatnot, on the live stream. I think that was off the air. Or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. It was two videos. Two long streams we did for this setup. How's everything? Where is this one? There's one there. I was thinking that same thing, B Channel. I have these, I got this special instrument that, this is like when wire ties are difficult, you just gotta swing it around wildly, randomly, and the wire ties clip a lot easier. This is the influencer. Just kidding, Jay. Thanks for stopping over, man. Yes, it is a beautiful computer. I 100% agree. Come on, I'm not an influencer like that, man. I influence it by I'm a PC whisperer or whatever, something like that. Okay, let's see, what can we extract, if anything? I'm trying to leave a lot of these fans in place. This is going to be a future build coming to the channel. So that's unreal. We're building two entirely different systems in the same case. Almost, probably, if I get moving with it and do it before June, it'll be within a year. And not same case two times. Same case. Generally, yes. Yes, I agree. Sometimes you do have to influence them, though. We got the Dremel here, too, just in case anything gets too difficult and we gotta modify stuff. But I'm guessing we shouldn't, just on the sheer nature of how customizable and the options you have in this case, as well as with the new one. Leonly is phenomenal with the cases they make. Even some of their budget cases are awesome. These are those snip-proof zip ties. I left my fine tip ones at home, so we gotta go with these janky ones. Alright, give me this stupid 12-volt rail. Can we coax this into coming out of here? Does it split? It does. That's what we're going to have to do to get it out without removing all of our fan wires. It's going to... don't know. We might have to remove them. Nope, we made it. Alright. Alright, there's our EDP connector. SATA. All this stuff, this is for... What is this stuff for? Now we'll start cutting wires if we can't figure it out. I kind of wonder, how did that fit through there if it won't go back through? One, two, three. Alright, most of our fan wiring intact and able to be... I think we can extract most of this from the other side. We have to pull this hard drive. However, it's not something I can do. Sorry, this has got to go out of view. I'm going to stand it up and unscrew the hard drive. You know what? I didn't think about this. while it's there, I need to... Uh-oh. Well, we have one loose wire for one of the thermal take fans. Good thing we're not transferring those over. We'll solder that back in place. It's just for this controller here. Actually, I think we can unpin that. Yeah, we can unpin that. No big deal. That's for the thermal take fan. Not being used in the next build. We need to see how dumb I was and see how much 3M tape I mounted on here. We're probably going to put heat to it to get this up. 1, 2, and 3. But we're not going to dare put heat into the case where we can mount other stuff. We're going to pull the hard drive with the thermal take fan controller out all at once. And I think, yep, we're on our last screw for the hard drive. I can only get 3 in. When this drive was installed, there was still a giant water cooler for a GTX 1080 in here. It was pre-3080 install, so with the water cooler there and not wanting to rip it out and move the fans and everything with it, it was only 3 fans were going in, you know, so, or 3 fans, only 3 screws. There we go. So we have our hard drive out with our are you still there? More freedom bucks incoming. More freedom bucks. Do you still have games on your drive on the internal 1 terabyte, or is it only on... Is this in use? Is this going into the new system? Do you know? It is good. Okay, it is in use. Awesome, dude. Thanks. Oh, let me start sawing through my 3M tape. Is it? I think it's a helm. We'll try and use this one. I have one that don't have handles, the kind that cut your hand up nice when you try to pry with it. There it goes. I just got the seal to release on the 3M tape, which is about near impossible. So we're going to go in further, give it a wedge, and see if we can get it to crack further. So we are about halfway across without pulling the sticker off of the hard drive and without breaking anything, denting anything. Haven't dented the metal lid on it. Just about halfway across with getting the 3M tape to release. Anybody that's never used this stuff, it is tough. This is what you want to mount stuff with. Go buy it. They make it in different width rolls. It is for sure what you want to mount stuff inside of a PC case. If it holds molding on the outside of cars, it's going to do the job for holding a hard drive or a fan controller or something of that sort in place. Alright, we have got it to release. Nice. Okay, so that's what we ended up with. We got it to release most of the way on the fan controller, and then it kicked up on this side. It is trying to lift the hard drive label. We're going to go ahead and detach our Thermaltake fan controller. And to get this to release, we should be able to pull it and stretch, and it should come loose. Unfortunately, when you got this tape stuck between two things, it's not going to do that. We did wrinkle the label a little bit. The whole job's shot. We just got to throw it all in the dumpster. Start over. Start over. All the upgrade parts, no good. We wrinkled this label. Yes, I have games on it in nudes. Alright. There we go. Wow. One hard drive extracted from a giant glob of 3M tape. 3 layers? 2 layers. Alright. I gotta take the chat up more. Oh, what did you do? More Freedom Bucks coming. What do they try and pass for the Freedom Bucks? What is it, like 1,400? Or something I read? Alright. Set this to the side. We're not fixing anything with this today. No worry there. We've got to extract this unit. These fans can stay. Those are Thermaltake, but we got to get our Corsair out. Oh boy. Well, we have our wires loose. We can now pull them out entirely. Perfect. I'm going to keep those off to the side. We may need these for the new case if they didn't include any. Yeah, 1,400 per adult, 1,400 per kid, like 11 G's. Damn. What can I do with that, man? Pay some bills. And then after everything is out of our way, we have one final thing to extract from this case. And that's going to be, what is it? It's our Corsair LED strip lighting. It's like a strip light. Good stuff. Okay, water cooling, cut loose. Let's go ahead and get this back to a more suitable view. Alright, so we're going to take, we have our whole rad, we're going to take and disconnect the brain right now. Why? Tons of babies. I suppose we stay busy. I suppose. Alright. Yeah, we got to take the brain out, or off. We're taking the brain off because this is a well-loved, well-used computer. Anybody that isn't Jay. Definitely well-used. So, if it's in here and something's getting done, any computer, anytime it passes on the bench, I like to pull whatever cooling or heat sink solution it is and repaste it. And this stuff, of course, did I not detach the wires, or what are they stuck on? I think I still have one stuck in place. One stupid wire. Alright, we might have to mount this back down for a moment. Get out of the way. We're just gonna attach it real temporary. But yeah, anytime they come in for any little thing, if I have it on the bench and it's not a rush thing, new paste. This stuff is not completely dried out, but it's partially dried out. As this is in service, an active computer. Right, let's flip this up. I gotta find where that wire got caught, or why it's caught, how it's caught. I just never disconnect it. Where the heck does that go? Ah, it does a loop-de-loo. Okay, yeah, my fault. I didn't take it out. So one wire. Let's get this thing out of here so we can pull this brain. Alright, ready to rock. Let's do it. Brain outgoing. Lots of Pornhub vids run on there. This guy's a beast. He's playing Pornhub with a 3080 on 100 tabs at once. Don't be nervous, man. Just wait. We're gonna try and juggle an RGB RAM stick, a 9900K, and I don't know, probably like a RGB fan or something. Just the different sizes and shapes makes it tough to juggle. that's the halftime show. All right. Don't fall. Get off of my glove as much as we can. So yeah, paste was still fairly greasy. Still fairly greasy. I thought that was dropping. Just reset that there. Still got a fair bit of greasiness to it, but it's dried out, not not super greasy like it is when it first comes out. So another component. Let's clean off the CPU. For the most part, we got it. Anything that we're gonna touch shouldn't affect us. QL 120 fans, impossible to get. They are. However, you ended up with a bunch, man. Congrats on that. That was a well-deserved reward for a savage hunt. Oh my goodness. What is that? Nobody knows. Just get rid of it. Hopefully, in the future, any Corsair fans out there, I know we got two of them here. Like, I love their system, like as far as their lighting and the products they have out, but they just have too many damn wires to make it do what it does. Like, I'd love to see a new take on it. A whole new take on RGB lighting as far as and being able to control it. Either that or a way. I don't know if IQ. This is something somebody can answer. I know you have to have the controllers and stuff, and it's got to be Corsair devices for IQ to work with it, but it'd be nice to be able to just have RGB lighting you can plug right into your onboard RGB headers and have IQ understand it and be able to control it. Not worse than watching a kid pop out, man. Taking care. We're taking care over here. Good times. Great oldies. Wait. I'm having a good time. I'm getting old. My thing just fell. That's cool. Oh well. We'll strap it back in its home where it goes. Get off of there. Little GoPro mount. Actually, no, we won't. We're going to put it right where it was. Give me 1 sec here. We got to strap this thing up out of our way. And we're going to... Oh, that will work. Will that? We're going to get two, just in case. Oh yeah, definitely two. What are we on? Bird cam? Is that the bird cam? That's the bird cam. Okay. Sony. I think we should be about disconnected. We don't have a block to pick this up. That's usually where I pick them up. What do we have here? Thumb screws. Oh, I got distracted when that thing fell. There's 2 more screws to pull out. So the controller controls this is what fell. My ring light for lighting the work area. There's a controller for it. And I moved it and stuck it to the upright with some recycled, used like 10 times over 3M tape. And it held for however long we've been here. I put it up about 10 minutes prior to starting. So, about an hour. Alright. There, we've got a very empty case. We have one more thing to pull from this. Let's set this off to the side for now. We actually, we gotta get in there to get this stuff out. This is, what are these? That's the header for that thing. Ah, okay, that's what splits it out. Let's put that with it now so we don't lose track of it. We may need it. We might not. We shouldn't with some of the upgrades that you got. What I want out of this case is I have to find the end to all of this stripping. And one. Hopefully I don't have to pull the fans to get it out, but if I do, we will. Nope, we got it. Good deal. We have to disconnect and then take the front cover off to get the rest of these, and then that goes through. So here's what we're just extracting. What is that? What do we got here? 1, 2, 3. I think a 4th length. We have one going across the top front, possibly. Don't tell me that comes to the back. Oh, okay, no, it ends there. Ends there. All's well. Here's the front of this case. Do I have any screws, or is it all popped? It's popped loose, I do believe, right? Just yank, yeah. Very cool. Get out of there. Trying to think. No, nothing else comes out. That's it. As far as I know. If I'm wrong, Leave a message in the chat. Who's that? Hello. I see another name in there on YouTube. Somebody that's not on Facebook. Trinity? Is that the same people? From the same clan? Or just sheer coincidence? Okay. I was gonna say that's bananas coincidence if we got two Jacksons in here. just out of the blue, two people hopping on a stream. Get out of there. Alright, I think it's ready. Just come pick it up. It's ready to game. Like, good to go. I mean, this should be 4K all the way on this thing. Whoa! Ta-da! Alright, let's get some of this goodness. We're unsleeving them. This sleeve makes some crazy noise. Nice. Yes, he has a very nice PC. Good parts. Good, look at this. This is bananas here. This is only part of it. What's in here? 9333? Yeah. So we got those. Everything else. Gotta go back in, and we're just gonna keep throwing parts and parts. We'll leave the hard drive there for the time being. How many more strips are here? 3 or 4? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You have a chain of 4 there. All right. So all of this is getting added to the build that we just took out for people that don't know whose this is. Yeah. So anybody watching? Let's see. Let's check the non-labeled. This is screws, I think. Parts. Bits and bobs. Oh yeah, we got lots of screws, cable ties. ROG. Oh boy, lots of stuff. Alright, let's throw these back in. This looks like it goes with the case, I'm guessing. An accessories pack for the case. Get in there. Nice. Case screws confirmed. Splitters. RGB hub. Here's what I wanted to compare. We didn't have it pulled out. So that's a Corsair RGB hub. What am I looking for? So the Commander Pro essentially does what this does, but more. Wow, we got lots. So no, we'll need this for the LED. This will still control the LEDs unless we have ports on there, which we do have 2. So we may just be switching to that one and leave this out if everything hooks up and we don't need it because we'll have this hooked into the system. Good deal. I like it. Some really cool stuff here. If this is what I'm thinking it is, yes, RGB. Oh wow, they got combs. They got combs on these wires. Really awesome stuff to take and straighten. Keep everything straight. Very nice. What is that? An extension? So an extension. Then RGB. Yeah, we're only going to be able to RGB 2 of them. Sadly, like looking at this, I think this is a product made before they had the three 8-pins on the 3080. But still, going to be really cool. Just wondering though, if we had 2 of these, why couldn't we split one in half and just stop the circuit there? Who knows? Who knows? Not important. We'll get wrapped up in those details later. And then, what is this one? The power supply. Yeah, same thing, but for the power supply. So an extension. Better hope Space Force don't try to blast this thing from space. They're gonna see that they're gonna light this up. The space station might crash and blind them in their orbit. They're definitely going to see this thing from space, without a doubt. Throw some parts. Time to get to the more important stuff. So that's just some of what we got going on here. We went from one giant glass panel case to another. I gotta figure out how this thing opens, number one. Number two, what is it, glass on the back side? No. Alright, perfect. Peel off protective film on both sides. They got protective film on both sides of this monster. Top panel. Let me grab the thing. Thank you for your purchase. Awesome. More places should really send those. And people spend a lot of them freedom bucks on stuff like this. I thought of that as well when I looked at it. I don't know. I think if that... See, that's what I was talking about. If that thing works, like anything like the... Oh, where the heck are they? Let me pull these out. If the RGB lighting for the 8 pins on the GPU and it's got to be some type of LED lighting. If it works anything like these type of lights, which these come out of, these are out of an LED TV. Like this is LED backlighting for a TV. And when these are bad, you can literally... Like, I'm not saying you want to do it, but you could probably cut the circuit down. Like, say one was bad on the end, you could cut it down and still get this to fire. Like, still have the rest of it work if you cut one off. Now, you can't, like, cut the middle out and then maybe able to cut it out and rejoin it, obviously. But I'm saying cut one off and split it. If it's wired anything like these lights are, then I think that's why I was thinking it may be able to be split, but I'm not sure. It would be something to experiment with for sure. But not today. We'll do that another day. Let's put these lights back. And dig in. Freedom Bucks. Freedom Bucks, yeah, 2 to 3. Okay, okay, here, they're giving us instructions. So we remove the top panel, and then we remove the side glass and front glass, and I'm guessing this strip that retains the pieces of glass looks like it's going to be fixed in place in this, like what's supporting the glass behind it now on the front and the back here. Well, brighten it up some. There we go. So yeah, there will be a corner here that supports it. So we got to take the top panel off to get these two out, and then let's see how the other one comes off. Is it just a side panel, or we got to slide it upwards too? Pull those. Pretty sure it's going to be a side panel, possibly. Anyhow. In case of emergency, right? Bang! It's a fire alarm. This is a big fire alarm box. Oh my goodness. I was going to do that separate camera angle, but it just... I didn't have anywhere set it up that I felt like dropping my camera from when I like bounce off the tripod. So... these have to come all the way up? That don't make no sense. Okay. Run out of spots here, people. We are running out of spots. Okay, I see. That makes 100% complete sense. Why is that there if there's not one there? Should there have been one there? Even better question. Those feed into the bottom. Those latch the top. Okay, so in this case, I don't want to ding anything up. We're going to try and take a look at it real quick. And hold it. There we go, dinging it off the edge. We have spots on the top. You can only really see one with the camera angle that I have going on. I just don't have enough height. And there's one here, but I don't think there's a mount there. It's basically a cutout, and along this whole top, there's two parts that right here, and then one on the other side that are keyed kind of. It has a little piece off the back, which you can kind of see here as well. So we should, and once you just lift up a little, there's the bottom tabs. That's a bottom tab, one on either side that goes in, and then these are what lock in. So cool design. We have too much glass sitting around. We got to find a place to put it all. Put you in there. And you. Look good there. And let's see about getting this back panel off. This is going to be fun. Is it up or back? Gotta be, yeah, yeah. Okay, so I was wrong. It is a case of lift up once the top is off. So lift up and it comes out, and then you can extract it. Very cool setup for a case. Alright, yeah, I need... Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. What camera can we get the best view with? Not that one. That's the most we can show. So, you see right here where the equalizer is? This is the edge of my bench. And then this is the other, as far as I can go, due to my main camera arm that I've folded back out of the way that has the camera up top. I see a necessity for an island on wheels. Like an island on wheels that, you know, like whatever, 4 foot by like 3.5 feet, something like that. And then on the edges of it, have like a camera rig, overhead camera rig that latches onto it. I see it. Very necessary in the near future for big projects like this for guys and gals that are building ginormous computers. Okay, so right now, as with any PC build, we're going to check our standoff positions. They look like they are in the right spot. At least for this board, we're going to take and just set it down, and then grab our thumb screws and see about setting that right in and see if we're close. Something feels a bit off. Okay, so it was just one screw hole. We're going to check our screw holes. 1, 2, and verify. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So all those standoffs are in the right place currently. But we're not putting the motherboard in yet. We're going to check to see if these are tight or just threaded in there. So they do have a little torque to them. But anybody that's ever had to deal with the pain of when you try tearing the system down to swab it and it moves, we're going to put thread lock on these to lock these in. That way, when we put torque on the screws, when you want to take the screws out later, you don't spin one of these loose. Do be careful, thread locker can make a mess. We're using blue instead of red. Give me that. Although it's going to be behind the motherboard. Do clean up the stuff if you make a mess. Don't have a sloppy build. That's one. Let's go ahead and pull. The other two, we'll do these row by row. Actually, I think we'll do them all. We can just pick them up one by one, spin them all back in. What is this PC case? I did want to announce that. So this is a Leonly, Leonly, you can say 011 or 011. 11 Dynamic or 11 DXL, 11 Dynamic XL. Nice case, very nice. I had a few of their cases over the years, but just ended up selling them with past builds that I've had. But they've really upped their game with cases, as have a lot of manufacturers as far as giving cable management and whatnot. I'm not sure if there's any other accessories or if it's this one. I'm not sure if it's this case or a different I'm thinking about that has like a little shelf that goes out for extended motherboards. Possibly a different one. I could be 100% wrong on that. What do they have in there? What is that wired mess that they have in the back? Is that for hard drives? Is that what those are? Hard drive bays? We'll find out. Okay, let's go. All right, we still have a few more to do. When you get this stuff, either red or blue on your gloves, it can potentially make a mess. So I try to take it off when I can, anyhow. Or wipe it, not take it off, wipe it back off the gloves. It does tend to makes a mess, and it makes parts impossible to hold. I like the way that went in, so we're going to spin that backwards. And then, yeah, okay, so it wasn't cross-threaded, but it was trying to. Spinning it backwards, let the threads reset to a proper spot to go in, and it went in without issue. We dropped that one. We gotta wipe it off. Too much on our fingers. Made it in. We have one there, and that should be it. We can start working on getting some of the components back into this. We're going to do this in multiple parts. I do know that. We're going to do the main components and then start adding the lights and whatnot. It's going to be at least two, if not three different streams. It's going to be here for a little bit, and then I may pick back up later These are all finger tight. You don't want to go too crazy. After you get them in their finger tight, you got to remember to go get the torque wrench. 120 pounds, not per inch. Or yeah, 120 pounds. Just crank down. Make sure you get the 3-foot torque wrench on this one. I think I got that. Yeah, let's get that. Go here, here. I think I got it. All the thread locker. All right. Board. Let's go. Uh-oh. Incoming. What's going on there? I just had to do some text or speech to text. We're going to. Oh boy. We do have a little bit of dust built up. Let me see. I'm going to see if the neighbors are home. If they're not home, we're going to mute and air compressor this thing quick. Alright, yeah, we're golden. Good stuff. Which just means I got to put 2 things back on here to pick this thing up out of here with. That's alright. Alright, so give me a minute here. We're going to mute and go blow this little. I mean, is it a lot? No. Let's take a look at it real quick. Not entirely whole. A lot of dust, but we have some build up around the slots, around the RAM. We're doing a build, so we're going to take and blow it off. So give me 1 sec. I'm going to mute this. Boy, we really make you nervous. Uh, if we take and rip this thing down entirely, and I got a whole big vat of simple green and water over there in the ultrasonic cleaner, we could have this shining like brand new. Easy. That would be nerve wracking there, man. But it's completely safe for PCBs, and for real, everything would be shining like brand new the day it came out of the packaging. Now we just got to get this to hit where we need it to. Should be right there. Yep, it sank down on, not moving. There's the one lockdown standoff that locks the board in place. I moved the spot it was in. Or no, I didn't. It's in the center. Maybe I did. I might have. I'm not sure. I believe it's this one here. It doesn't let the board shift any. Now, hardware. Hardware. Damn, there's a lot of stuff in this case. I'm not even sure what it is. What are... Just trying to picture what all these are for. Is that really what that is? No, it's got screws in it. Okay, so those unmount our fan. We're learning along the way. Not entirely sure about that, so we're going to put them back, but we're getting some fresh screws out for our motherboard. We just got to find them, dig them out of this bracket. I don't want to stick this anywhere too crazy. There we go. We'll stick it on the microscope. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. 1, 2. Alright, so we got a mess of screws here. We're going to pull out, what do we need? 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 identical ones for the motherboard. What do they have you mounting the motherboard with on these? These ones? 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All right. Where did my magnet go? Is it still in the case? What are you and why? We gotta test this here. Either we're misaligned or these are not what they want going into those standoffs. You know? So they're using different screws. Let's pull. Is this really what they're using for the motherboard? These giant, goofy looking ones? It's the same setup, same setup. Okay. Well. Did they do something extremely crazy? We gotta check. Without being assisted by tools, we're gonna see exactly what screws want to thread into these standoffs. I am not finding any. Yeah, those are for hard drives. Certainly they're not using optical drive screws to go into the stand. If they are, we're switching them standoffs for something a little more conventional. Why would you use, I mean, I know there's a lot of those, but why would you use optical drive screws to hold the motherboard down? That's what they used. Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? They're black for the case. I don't have any other black standoffs here, so we're going to have to go with them. So let me make sure they fit all the way around. Not all the way. We're just going to check a couple random ones. If they thread in, yeah, they are. See, look, that will go, and it starts. Goes right in, doesn't rattle, and you can't even get one of these bigger threaded screws to go in. Like, it'll set in the end of the standoff, but as soon first turn, it locks up. You don't even want to try forcing it. So here's what we're talking about. This is the difference. Let's find them. Do they have any big head? No. So let's see if this Sony camera can focus. Okay, so normally these are what you would use for a hard drive screw. Phillips, big head. Can also turn it down with like a socket. And this is the same threading, but these are typical what screws into 3.5-inch hard drives. Power supplies use these, and motherboards would use this type or this type. The standoffs in this system actually have a non-coarse thread screw, and it is a fine thread screw. Let's compare these two. So those are coarse thread. You can see that's a finer thread. This is what the standoffs are taking, or the one that's attached, magnetized, stuck on the screwdriver. Which is, I'm not saying it's undoable or wrong, but most standoffs use the coarse thread. There are some that use them. I've ran into them here and there that use the fine thread screws. That's the way this one's set up, so that's what we got to go with. So let's pick out 9 of those. I'm going to pick up these and put them all back. I'm going to find 9 of that kind now. At least Leanne made me do my homework here. They want to make sure I could count to 18, I suppose, or 9 twice. So what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. Good to go. Alright, back with the motherboard. Who caught that other than me? Alright, let's put in our fine thread motherboard screws. Don't like it, I don't agree with it, but we don't have much of a choice in this matter. I don't have black standoffs. They are hidden, but you know what? They came with the case. When you get something, you want it to be... Most people want it to be original. Some people just don't care as long as it works or functions. You're never going to see it. But me, I'm the person that, if that's what came with it, that's the way it is, that's the way it was designed, that's how I want it to be done. Not with something else. Man, these things are super picky. Even though they're fine thread screws, they're super, super picky with the way they want to go in. Like coarse thread, I guess, I don't know. Which one should be easier to get in? Fine thread, you'd think. Not in this case. Good luck to you. Your thinking's wrong. Alright, so now that we got the motherboard screwed in, all that thread lock that we put on all the standoffs when years down the road, when this is getting transferred to another case or rebuilt into something with even more RGB or something more awesome, we should be able to get those out without issue. Hopefully. I mean, that's the idea of the thread lock. So, what next? What do we want to do? Grease up the CPU and send it that way. Put the rad in. Yeah, I think so. I have a video I have to reference for as far as where some of the stuff goes, but I'm going from strictly memory right now. So. All right. I suppose we could. Why not? I don't like Googling while I'm on here in case it messes with the stream. But I gotta look at my history and pull up something I pulled up yesterday. History. We'll go to yesterday on this computer. What was that, Monday? Yeah, Monday. So Monday, yeah. LCD. Tube Studio. All those links. Popping video up, you may hear sound. I'm gonna pause it. Pause, damn you. We're gonna mute it. Alright, you got no audio, that's good. Skip the ads. Okay, so I'm trying to look here to see. I have my basic layout, that's fine. I got a picture. Can I show you that? It's, I got this video up over my chat right now. Let's let it go away. Will it? So there's what we're looking at. Basic setup. No vertical GPU though. We're not doing the vertical GPU. So there you got it. Let me go back over here. Get out of full screen. I want to get my dashboard back up and my chat. Oh, we had one. We had somebody drop. Oh, how does he? I gotta look at that again real quick. Give me a sec. I'm gonna pop that up on a separate tab. Good golly, he's got all those wires going up. Yeah, those circle back. And basically, I think let me see. I'm mapping this out in the air over here. So one goes and goes toward the back. Yeah. Okay. So we have our direction that we need to go with this. Let me get back out of full screen and go back to my chat. balance that right there for the time being. Jay, you hanging tough still? I got a question for you. You get a choice in the matter. Where's the chat so I can see? Get this guy in here. All right, so we got Arctic Silver, AS5, and Arctic MX4 on site. But we'll say I'm gonna mix them up now, right hand or left hand. I'm just kidding. Which one do you want for your cooler? This stuff works good. This stuff also works equally good. This isn't as runny. What do you put there? PS5 just went live on PlayStation Direct. What did we put on yours last time? I'm trying to think. Last build. I think we did the AS5. We'll let you try MX4. I need to... Small piece of this. We need some plastic. Here, go. It's in my command, whatever I want to work with. I got some brake grease out there, out in the trunk. We're going to get that. Let's try and extract this little bit of stuff, still older stuff around the edge of the CPU. Is there any on the plate? No, it's all on the CPU. All right, just out of sheer nothing stupid going on. I'm putting that down over the CPU socket temporarily while I take and get the rest of this old grease off the edges of this CPU and off the PCB, part of it itself, and the edges of the heat spreader. This is all stuff that just went down over the edge. Focus, Sony. I believe in you. this one. Wait a minute. Not that one. This one. Yes. No, we're out. We need to fill it up. We need a refill. Alright, we got enough for the job we're doing here today, right now, so get this off my hands. I'm going to use this spilled IPA to clean all this stuff off of my gloves currently. This is all the thermal compound that I've touched. Let's get one that doesn't have any on it. This stuff, if you've ever worked with it, makes a bloody mess. You want to keep it off as much stuff as you can. There we go. Say for the most part, that's pretty good. Going to give a little wipe along the bottom edges of the CPU. We don't want any thermal paste getting between where the pins hit and the pads, in case we did touch it while we had it on our fingers. And now we're going to get the top with the rest of this rag. It has IPA all over it. Where is it? There it is. Let's move our card. Reopen this. Now we gotta check our key. Where this sits. It should be toward the top. Where's the little pegs, little cutouts? Yep. Okay, so it is. Yep, it's toward the top. And we're gonna take and set this down gently. Back in our socket. Anybody that's never done this, you don't want to, when picking up a CPU or putting one down into the socket of the motherboard, you don't want to scrape, drag it across any of the pins. That is not good. You want to be very gentle. If you bend those pins, they're a nightmare to bend back. That's why a protector comes over this. Like legit protector snaps in there when this board comes factory. So you would unlock your arm. There will be a protector snapped in there. Unlock your arm, flip this up, leave the protector in, and then put your CPU down in the socket. Whenever you go to do it, we're zoomed in. Just like any other build, like I'm not trying to do a whole build guide, but we'll hand out the few little things. You can see around the edge of this, you see the two cutout parts there and there. The socket will have two spots where those are gonna, it's basically like keyed, so it only fits in to the socket one way. And when doing it, you don't want to scrape or drop anything on that socket. And when you set it in there, be very, very gentle. Once it's in, you can take and place a finger on and just give it a little, it may have a slight wiggle to it, but not really. But when it's in, it doesn't move. Make sure it's in before you do that. You don't want it to be up on one corner and you wiggle and slide and drag and bend a bunch of pins. And flip this down. Your snap-in protector should pop out if it's still in, and then just lock your arm and get ready to go. Okay, so the executive decision was last time we used AS5, last time we had this in shop, we did the Arctic Silver 5. We're going to go with some MX4. It's from the same company, I do believe. ArcticSilver.com. Arctic. Should be the same company. Fairly certain. They have the website here. Arctic.ac. Oh no, different websites. So, maybe a different company. Who knows? But both equally as good. I use them for different things here personally in the shop. But they both have decent cooling. We're going to put the perfect amount of thermal compound on this CPU. It's not going to be a nice little bead. There we go. Perfect amount. Nice and sloppy. It'll spread out and cover what we need it to. And we should still have quite a bit left. Going on? Smoke break. I'm getting the jitters, man. The jitters. Now we're good. We did clean the bottom of this off. You can see where it was mounted. We're going to take and throw a little IPA on there. Balance it, and then prepare to give it a little buff. You'll still see where the CPU is mounted just because that's where heat's been transferring through. But there we go. You just gotta believe in the Sony camera that they will continue working. So we're gonna set this down roughly in the right spot. Make sure we hit all 4 screws. Then we're going to start winding these on our little thumb screws. Three and 4. I'm going to take these down finger tight, like they will basically bottom out when they're tightened down. What do you say there? Gentle. Of course, gentle. Always gentle. The hammer is only for breaking the glass in case of emergency. Alright, now, just to be the judge, because it's kind of hard when you do finger tight, or turning thumb screws to judge the torque on them. I'm going to give a little twist with the screwdriver. We're going to go tighter. I'm not trusting that entirely. They should stop. They have stops on them, but I don't know. It just didn't feel... wasn't feeling it there. But no. Yeah, we were like not even a whole turn away from stopping. So, finger tight most of the way, and then a little twist at the end should get you to lock the CPU plate down when dealing with one of these. Now we have to attach this up here, and it's going to go roughly right in there, and we need to screw that from the top. Let's take a look here. We got our cover. Oh boy, what are we doing here? How are we doing this? Let's zoom it back out. I'm going to grab this and stand it up. Hold this out and get this thing mounted in place. Let's flip over. Yeah, you don't get much of a sight of what we're doing. But look, where is it going to mount the best? We need to leave room in the back for what are we putting in the back there? What is that? One of the QL fans. We need to have room for one up front, so we're just gonna wind a few of these in and get 1 or 2 fans. We're ready to go. So we can put the one on the back and the one in the top front position to make sure we have this spaced properly. We got a few screws. I'm going to throw one more in so we don't get any warpage at all. We shouldn't. The radiator's not that heavy, but you know, if any kind of weight hanging, kind of want to evenly distribute what's holding it. And what do we have? I don't know that these fans are much bigger than any other 120. We're still going to crack into these real quick here. Let's see, let's move that out of our way temporarily. We have that held in enough. It's not going to hurt to flip this around. No, these are what are these? 120? Yeah, 120 mil. So 120, we gotta have one at the back also. gonna say that's gotta go way back. Alright. We're really not liking that option. Oh, no, because that's going to go there. That'll go there. It's either going to have... No, we can't have a slight gap. There's no room to have a slight gap. Okay, so this is one of the things when you're building a system to save yourself time later. You know what? These have different logos on them. Not different logos, different... Is it just... No, they're definitely silver. So, compared to the old ones... I don't know if you saw this or not. Now, it does have protective film on it, but we have black and a silver there. So, slightly different. But we got to go with it. That's what we got, man. When doing a build, this is what I was talking about. This is why I flipped it up to show. See, to get this fan in, it's going... This radiator is all the way back. This fan is going to have to sit all the way up tight against that. And putting it in like that is fine. But these wires are going to be... I mean, granted... I think the glass, I can't see it from here, but I think there's a slight border around the glass, so it may be hidden. One other thing we could do, though, is to get these wires away from the front part of the case, is we're going to take them out through this slot. Because right now, as it is, the way they're coming out, it's not going to sit square tight up against the radiator. We won't have room to get the fourth screw in. So... This is what I'm talking about, saving yourself time with the build later. And also, instead of having the wires up here and having to stretch them over and go through the grommet, the ideal spot would be to have those wires coming out somewhere here in this area, or to possibly go over and join up with the other wires. Yeah, definitely a different middle. It's what it is. Also a different design on the fan. You can see the black is here. But these are white fans from this is a H100i special edition RGB platinum or something. I forget the full. This product you have has one of the longest names I've ever heard. But yeah, awesome product. So slightly different, but yeah, like you said, it is what it is. For the look, and this is just me being dumb, but we can do the work to it, man. You have 3 fans in a box. We can put 3 of the same model here, right? You hearing me on that one? 3 of the same model there, out of a box. So 2 new ones on the radiator. 1 there. So they're all going to look the same. I mean, not that you're looking up at the top of the case, but if you're going to have it sitting on something when you're sitting down and you look up, it might bother you. And then we'll have to place these 2 fans somewhere at some point. Possibly one to the back. I don't know. Unless you're just saying it is what it is different. We could line up these 3 new ones there, put one of these 2 back here, and find somewhere else to sink the other one. Not near as noticeable. Don't know yet. Still thinking. So we're going to have 1. How many fans are coming up here? 1, 2, One there, 1, 2, 3. I gotta look at my picture. 1, 2, 3 there, 1, 2, 3 there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 3, 6, 9, 10. So that's gonna be 10 fans. And you have 9. We could actually only have to use one of these. They're saying they're fine up top because we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, unless there's 4. If there's 4 along this spot, I know. I'm just thinking here. I don't want to have to redo it later. Because if you have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 fans, yeah, 9 fans, you would only have to potentially use one of these, put it to the back for the one lone fan. You have the black logo back there, and all the rest that are lined up side by side all match. Looks fine up top. All right. Just trying to go with the looks, man. It's all about all about the eyeballs on this one. All right. So let's set that down and start routing our wires. So let me look at this picture of this guy's build. 9 new fans, only need 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. 9 new ones. Here, follow me on this. 9 new ones. And you have spots for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fans. We could use all 9 new ones and only one of the old ones. I don't mind moving them. It'll take a few minutes. Quite possibly. I don't know if I can find use for all 9. But we could use all 9 new and only one old. All right. Well, we'll go with it like this for now. Let that go a little bit. 9 new ones and one old can be done easily though. Only takes a couple minutes now, or 10 hours later. The fun of getting these wires out. You gotta extract them. It's all about the he's, ha's, looks, the laws. Alright, get out of there. There's one. Let's go in here and look. That's what we did. Have pulled these wires out one by one. They come. Normally they're in there and jut out there. But as I said, this isn't going to match up to our radiator. It's not going to let us get all 4 screws in this fan. So what we're going to do is pull the wires out because we will have room to let those flip down. Basically like that. They're not going to get pinched. They're going to be there. They'll be able to flip down and get mounted up, and it lets them come out and lets this also go up against that. So we will have it with the wires away from the front side of the case. So that's the big thing there. We're going to do it that way. Just want to make sure that all's well. All's going to work out. We might put them back in. I'm not sure. Definitely going to see what we can do first. I think that is the move. As long as this front screw goes in, that's the ideal spot to have them. So For right now, we need one of them coarse threaded screws. Unless they send their own hardware. Ah! Gentle, gentle. They send their own hardware. Let's take a look, see. They do. What? Corsair. What is wrong with you? Unless it's in another box or in with a fan. Corsair. Where is the Corsair sticker? Where is the pirate ship? The pirate ship logo. Yeah, yeah. That's I was just thinking that for that price they better send hardware. Well, is that their price or is that that's basically what amounts to scalpers pricing? You know. Okay, so there's one. Make sure that rubber's in there. Let's take and put that up. And make sure this front one's going to go where it needs. Well, we're going to put a back one in first. Indeed it will. That's the way. That's how we're doing it. We're keeping the wires away from the front of the case, further out of sight. Ah, top of the line RGB. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, they're gonna charge like $3 for them or something like that. I heard. Holy shit! 200 to 220 per three is scalper prices. Woo! All right. Good deal. We got oodles of wires here to send Oh! Yeah, I muted it. My bad. I was over here poking around and muted it. Yeah, I'm just talking about the USB ports. I think we're going to have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 USB headers like this. And the Commander Pro only has 2 on it. But like I said, we're going to do all the wiring later. Right now, the main concern is, whoa, what happened there? Who was that? Yeah, I know. Sorry, man. Sorry. I'm a bad streamer. I'm a bad streamer. Yeah, I'm just thinking here. I'm thinking. Just for ease, I may swap these 2 out. Just for ease of, because these 3 fans, all the wires will be together, and they'll hit the what's it called? They'll smack into this, like all in the same. Although these still do have the same plug as far as that's concerned, but we're adding in an extra header that we might not need to. I mean, we'll definitely have to add in if we have it back here. No. Will we? No, we might not. We might get away from one USB header by swapping these 2 out. I'm going to see. I'm going to start putting some other ones in as for now. But first, I have to find out. I've got to snap these out of the back. What is that? They wire tied right through that. Crazy. What do we lose? Let me look at this for a minute. No. Hold on a second here. That goes with that. No, it's one USB header that runs these. It's my bad. One USB header runs these because these are linked in with this. So it's one that will run all this. There are 2 fans. Boom, boom. That's the ones I'm looking for. Is the that goes to the board. And we need our 2 fan wires that will control or plug in here. Yes, there's no... I'm going to send all that back. And I think, yeah, we got to route this over that way this time. So, whole new setup compared to the last time. As far as where we're hiding the wiring at. So this is going to go on the CPU fan. Right there. And is that CPU fan and then optional. Optional will be taken up by something else altogether. Those, what is this? It's our RGB controller. Straight out's the answer. We still got to break into the back of this case. That's going to be the other thing. Not fun. Well, let's do that. We got to do that before we go much further. We're going to break into the back side of the case and start pulling stuff. Hard drives will be hidden back here. Not sure what that is. No, we're already in the back side. We just have to actually physically look at this thing for a moment. What are you and where are you hidden and why? Wire nightmare, it'll be good. Can you, I'm not super familiar with this case. Is it supposed to light up? Is there like lights gonna be inside this thing? Or no, I'm done. That's a joke. Here, take a look. Look, see here. What are you, wire tie? So along this part, this is the front of your case, your front I/O. Do they have any? I'm not seeing it, but they do have wiring going in there, and there's a controller board in here. So I'm kind of wondering, does this have lighting along this edge of this thing? I'm thinking it does. I'm fairly certain it does. But if that's the case, that is controlled entirely differently. Whoa, you have, woo, nice. We're gonna have to pick and choose on this one, are we? Or can we do it? We've only got one. Well, I got a solution. Anyhow, yeah, there is. Yes, it does have lighting along here, and it is. I don't have any easy way to show you, but it is. Let's undo the wire. Just gotta make sure. We gotta find all this stuff. Does that come out? It looks like it does. That's even more spot to hold hard drives in there. Wow. The sheer amount of stuff they have stuffed in this case. Did you look in this thing? The amount of goodies they got tucked in everywhere is impressive. So this is what they have. is one of these style RGB headers. This connector is what controls the lighting here. Is there any way to adapt it? I don't know. We will find out. Those are going to go through to some goofy spot. Okay. We've got these. You're going to have 1, 2. Undoubtedly 1, 2, 4 front side USB 3 and 1 type C. We're going to have to do another add-in card to get these, to get it working. We only have one plug on the motherboard and 2 plugs here, but I have an add-in card that will get the second one of these plugged in and functioning. So, a lot of looking around, a lot of planning. Right now, we just need to get the basic hardware in. Pop that out. Alright, it's not mounted together. We got to take one more piece out of this thing. I'm going to lay it down. A lot of weight. There we go. So here we have the back side of the case. We got to unmount this to get access. That's not supposed to stay there, but it is. So we're going to leave it for right now. Okay, so we don't need to take this out, I take it, but I don't see... Yeah, no, I don't see any way to move this without fully disassembling the case, so we're going to put that back in. We have probably the most amount of wires I've ever seen hidden in a case. Hidden. That's why I was trying to pull that out to get to them, but I don't feel like disassembling this whole backside just to get to it. Like, we would have to remove this, and the rest of it's basically riveted. Yeah, I'm not into popping that much of it apart to get to anything. So we'll reach in and pull all the wires out and make sure whatever is being used is out and isn't. I get it now. Alright. Alright. And that just goes back in and stops. So that's big slots for 3.5. We're going to see if we can get your 2.5-inch hard drive to slot into one of those. That'd be awesome. I suppose we could take, we're not going to need both. No, we can take one of these assemblies out. Let's see, how does it mount? This with 4 screws. Let's do that. We're not going to need it yet, I should say, unless he starts expanding. Let's see. Does it come out? Stupid magnet. It does. Okay. Can we get it out of here in one piece? That's my next big question. Oh, we can't take them out. They're wired in unless we undo the back. I just want access to all these wires easily. Okay, so they've got them knotted together with a Velcro tie. Yet again, another. Oh, it's HD audio. Nice. And this goes to our controller board, does it not? No. It's stuck. That's why I need it in there. I saw those stuck. No. So, whatever isn't being used is getting folded back up and tucked. Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. Okay. We are taking one of these cages out of here. I'll be happy to put it back in if you're expanding and adding more hard drives. Or think you might. We'll throw it back in because you literally just screw them into the tray and slot the tray in and it's plugged in. Alright, easy. Anybody could do it. You can have one open slot. So you open M.2 slot, one open slot in this cage, and then you would have 2 here plus all the other mounting options there. But this gets rid of a bunch of unnecessary wires for right now. May even pull the other one out. I don't know. I just want to see everything that's here. That's what I shoved through from the front. Okay. There's a lot to this build. What do you say here? It does. Yes, it does. What does? I don't know. Let's throw them off to the side. Okay, so we're going to put... Let's map this out real quick. We got a fan with a bunch of wires. One. 3. Boy. I know they don't go back here. I'm just looking now. I'm just trying to see. 1. Yeah, you're not getting 4. You're not getting 4 in from top to bottom. I was trying to use that last fan, so you're going to have maximum of 3 up and down here, no more than 3. This is where we got our wires. We've got to organize our wires perfectly for this one. These fans are pretty cool, even when you see them out the other side. I believe it has, no matter if you're doing push or pull, it should have RGB on both sides. Plus, it's got the logo on the back side, which that's super cool. I'm taking away the pleasure from all the ASMR people out there right now. It's so great to feel this. No, it's not. It's dumb. For me, anyways. I just hate leaving them on. They leave a mess after years if you don't peel it. So I think we'll do that. And let those run down and connect there. And connect the other 2, even if we do it. Yep, that's going to be our guy there. All right. The story with the fans. Oh, it's the wire, okay. What are we running into? So we're going to get a whole lot of throw on these. Not much. From there, basically to there. Or we go from the bottom and leave that open at the top. If we start filling from the bottom, because the bottom is what you will 100% see, and that's, good deal. Closer to the top, you're not going to see as much unless we leave the bottom. Or there's no way to space them out. Well, now, hold on. There is. So we'll dead center them. How's that? Or not. Can't be done. Let me take a look at this fella here. What's he got going on? So he dropped down toward the bottom. I'm going to seek through the video a little. Right there is what I want to see. They're back there. Oh, Okay. So that's going to be... Yeah, what he's got. Okay. So if he's got him going like that. Boom, boom, boom. Everything will match. Well, basically... Right. You want the same airflow pattern that he has. So he's pulling air from the backside of the case, where all the wires are, and pulling air from the bottom, exhausting it through the top and out the back. I'm taking it that's what we're going for here. No. No, he doesn't. No. I take that back. Okay, no, I'm just seeing through the fans because of them spinning. Can you see through that when it's spinning? No, you can't. Boom, boom, boom. I'm looking at the logos here. That's what I'm looking at. It's getting nutty. Full screen. I want details. Okay, so the fan blade is spinning. That has to be. No. No, 100% not. Yeah, look, okay, looking at that picture, I probably just killed the stream. I gotta pause this video. It's pumping through at 1080. What he's got going on as far as fans mounted, they are mounted inside the case where he can see them. Obviously, like you can see the whole body of the fan, but he actually has the blade and the logo going this way. You're going for the same airflow pattern, correct? Because if you're going for the same airflow pattern, it's easy enough. These have to be this way. They legit have to be facing this way to get the same airflow pattern. Yeah, that's fine. Nice. Okay. So yeah, he's putting the super awesome side of the fans out. Let me look one more time here. There is a slight gap at the top and not so much. Okay, so there. Yep. We're going to start stacking them at the bottom. That's the thing, though. These fans look great from either side. So... set it for a moment. Have some adjustment. Let's tackle this and see where. Did I do something stupid just now? Let me see. I did. Took the wire tie off. I don't want these unbundled yet. I can't have that headache yet. Okay. That's as far as that goes. Let me see. Is that what the hell? No. Those are stacked tight. Gotcha. Alright. We need that room there to get the other one in. Oh boy, I still gotta jump off and go deliver a computer too. Go deliver a computer. Look, go in there, box. What is your problem? You will not win. Don't fight. Yeah, I figured out what the QL is for these fans. I've been thinking about this. The QL and the model number. QL RGB, Performance RGB fan. You are quite lucky to get some. It is, certainly. What are these? Hold on, we're going to take a look at this box. I just sealed one box back up. So these are Corsair QL 120 RGB. You're quite lucky to get fans. Alright, that's one box down. Yeah, I gotta go deliver a laptop here in a little bit, so having fun doing that. It's very nice if you've never opened these. I don't know. Go ahead and get that, and then you get this little pulley tab. Bang! With your controller and whatnot. And you get to start slotting these out. Decent unboxing experience, at least. Now we're gonna get our hardware out of here. And our controller. See what this is. Let's put this crap back. That's right, 2 left. We're gonna mount this one. Let's see what we end up with. Oh, yeah, that's right. The stupid peelies. So there's our trim plate to cover the top one. And this fan should line up roughly in this neighborhood. And it does. Alright. Good. Remember that we started from the bottom too, not the top, going off the plate. I forget if those clicked in from the front or the back, because I almost think that boy, if we could almost have this we can have little tabs out there, granted, I understand that much, but is it reversible to a point where it's going to look okay? Probably not. Let's do a quick twist 180 degrees. Them screws will be hidden. I don't know, we'll experiment with that. That way. We want the big black tabs out front or just a little bit? Any of these? Nah. We'll play with it. Figure it out. It's going to be in the way. This thing. That thing. Those. This monster here. It's for hard drives. Let's move this one. Do that and slide it. Nice, very nice. Need some more screws now. The ones we had. Is, does. Do's. Alright, so right here, I'm putting the hard drive into one sled. This is your... What is this thing? 1 terabyte. Terabyte drive, go. Go. Don't fall, I like you. Alright, now this should just slide right in and lock in, and then we just connect the other end of the cable and boom. Yeah, that's in. Nice. Undo this and lock that in for now. Okay, that's one. What are these? So this is a crazy cable. I gotta figure out where this plugs in. Not entirely sure. It looks like it's coming from the USB-C port. So hopefully your motherboard has one of these connectors somewhere on it, because that is just silly. I think it does. If not, well, there's an adapter you can get to adapt this to something else, I think. USB 3. It may actually even come with it. I didn't look. It may be strapped on somewhere. We gotta find out where the HD audio is on yours. I think it's toward the bottom. If it is, we'll route this down as well. All down the front. Hide those away. Hopefully. One of you will get plugged in. We're going to put a mark on it right now so we're not hunting for it later like a dummy. Make it 1. And it is in the bottom one, so that will be this one. Make the SATA dots on the SATA word silver. That's the one we're going to plug in eventually. So there's 3. Now we have to go more disassembly required yet again. I'm actually come here. Put you back on the back. Good. For now, we're going to cover this up. Easy enough to tear apart. And start taking a look, planning for everything else that we have to do to this monster. I believe now that we have our fan in, we can put the rest of our radiator screws in. Not that you can see it, because, you know. Close close proximity here. We'll get some of them in. All right, let's keep going. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Those are important. I don't want to lose those. Those hold our other hard drive bracket in. So now let's. Alright, it is strictly just a couple of screws. So we're pulling the bottom tray out, and then we're going to assemble the 3 fans along the bottom of the case. But we have to undo 2 screws, then we can take the whole bracket out all at once. The whole backside is vented. Okay, perfect. Pop this up. This is what's gonna accept three more fans. We're setting this thing on the floor for right now. Actually, let me look first. I'm gonna take a look for this USB. Nice, you do have it. So you have a Gen C plug right on your motherboard. That's badass. Wish I had one of those on my motherboard. My old motherboard. Not the new one, the old one. Alright, so here we go. This is going to be, this is our bracket. It sits in the bottom of the PC. Like so. We got to stack up 3 fans on that. That's going to be the next doing. All right. So Red Bull, lots of it. We're going to take a look, and here's what I was talking about. Just, I know I wasn't referencing it earlier for anybody, but we're going to blow it up full screen and flip over to the screen. So we're looking at this. Here's what I was looking at. So those fans, we can clearly see the wires on those fans, and that they're going out and through the rubber grommets there, like where you hide your wiring to the backside. We can see the back logo and the supports for the fans there. So those are all pulling air from the upside of the case in, which it'll be vented on that side. Lots of cool air coming in. Same with the ones on the bottom. They'll have the other logo, not the front side of the fan. So the front side of the fan is down, pulling it's down, pulling the air from the bottom of the case upward. So that's how we got to assemble it. And this guy assembling that there, he went super OCD, because when he stacked them fans, if the wiring was going to be this way on 2 of them, he did it for all 3. Like this little bit of wiring that you see, which isn't a whole lot. Me, I tend to try and hide the wiring as much as possible and stack them together. Nope, 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 nope. We're going to match it up, so there we go. And we have to get a... What do we have out so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have to start into our third case of fans. And I do call it a case because they are legit cases of fans. I actually forgot a couple screws in the fans that are in the case, so we'll get them as soon as we get all this back together in some type of fashion, or get this together. So let's start on it. What is going on outside my studio? We're buying a newspaper. Can you believe it? I don't believe it. They're buying a newspaper from a machine. How long till those go the way of the payphone and the dodo? Newspaper machines, like printed newspaper at least. Alright, let me get my chat and everything back up now that I'm not over on this screen. Okay, chat's back up. There we go. I'm going to leave this fan loose. We don't know how tight their tolerance is for getting your next fan in because there is some slight play. Let's you have a little bit of room. Not much. It's not great. Not a lot, but you do have a little. So I'm going to leave these loose and we'll get the third fan in and then make sure we got room to put it on as well. And start tightening all these down. I tried a little bit of different mic placement. I noticed a couple of videos that I'd recorded had horribly low audio. Here, we'll do a actual on-screen unboxing experience of these. On a nice flat area. So you get to pull out your RGB controller, the header, whatever, controller, hub. I'm going to peel this little part up. Get that and our hardware out. And thread the books back in. Corsair, where's the sticker? Most people mock stickers, but some people actually do want them. Or if not stickers, how about a case badge, like a metal case badge with a 3M backing adhesive, like double-sided adhesive on it? Yeah, that'd be great. Alright, so there's that. I'll throw that in our pile. And then we get to do this glorious part. Pull out this layer cake of RGB fans. and the final fan. Let's do it. Refund. We got to send this one back. That peely fell off in the box. Refund. We got robbed on this one. We're sending these ones back. It's broke. The peely came off. I'm not getting a 100% new product to install. It's a sham, Corsair. Why are your peelies falling off? One box had to unclick and be unreasonable. There's some tabs on it, so we're going to put it back in, back together. Slide these in. Let's take two of these, put them away for now. And bring over the third and final fan here. Now we're going to do what we can here. Let's put that in. Give a few twists and turns. Alright, they are basically, as far as I can tell, they are, let's unlock the screws on this one. They are about as centered as you're going to get them. Lock the middle one down right there. It's about centered with the amount of play that it has. And continue on. Some people like using electric screw guns or screwdriver, you know, like a electric drill or battery powered portable drill to do their builds. I can understand it not wanting to twist and crank this many screws in, but when you're talking about what you or your friends or customers or whoever spends money on this stuff, you get one shot, and if you're going too fast or just release that trigger a little too late, that hole is stripped. You know, it's consider it donezo. Yeah, not worth it. We've got one here. We could shorten some of the build time on this by using it, but that's not something I'm really into. I don't want to take and damage something that somebody else paid for, you know? So we're going to go with elbow grease on this one. But I understand the need, not the need, the want for people doing it. You know, believe me, how many screws have we turned in? There will be a prize for somebody that has that number at the end of this completed build in all the streams. How many screws were turned in? There you have it. Those fans are semi together. We need to add this back into the case. I would mess with the camera and do something different with it now. Nah, I can't. It's already up. We could move it down to this swing arm and have this cam for the high view and then this one for the detailed view. No. Let's just continue. We're not moving cameras now. Trying to think. Are we zoomed out? No, we're not. Yeah, you can't see it. It's just not happening. Sorry. Okay, there's that. In every case, we have to sink our fans into the bottom part here, which that's going to be fun. What are we hitting? It's making it. I'm not hitting nothing. It's just pour screen out. I want to make sure. No, it just has a little bit of. A little bit of tension. Well, this fan definitely are not going to rattle in that bracket they're in with the amount of tension you have to press down with. I definitely would not trust those little plastic brackets that they snap in with. And I see the purpose for the two screws that they had in there holding this bracket in place. Let's stand this monstrosity up. Go, 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 go. Quit clipping stuff, man. Giving people heart attacks every time you do that. Just can't get the screw to match up right now. Right yet. So. Did it hit it? Alright, got it. Perfect. I'm going to put one more in here, and then the fans are in place. We've got a lot of wires to disappear. That's alright. Alright, so the story so far, let's take a look, see what exactly we got going on with the build. Get out of the way. You two, out of the way. So we have a few screws to put into these fans that we didn't from the back side. Still, let's move that up as far as we can. We have one to put to the back here. We have two fans left. Trying to find purpose for the other one. Yeah, nothing yet. Tough call. Make them match or let them alone? We're going to let them alone for now. We have one left. One to go. One lone fan. And it is 100% pushing air out the back. Now, the trouble with this fan. This is another one where, yet again, let's see if there's room. I don't think there is room, but hey, there may be. I think not. Man, I just don't know. I don't like that. I don't like when you gotta pinch wires between the case and the edge of the fan. I want to see that there's room for it to move. I'm gonna pull these up, sandwich that thing down, have the fan sitting there, and have alright. It'll be okay. It works. Oh, newspapers already begun. Yeah. I mean, you would think, but they're not. So, yeah, it is what it is. We're gonna grab a quick drink, Red Bull. Getting ready. We gotta screw that fan in the back. Don't blow up. We're letting you sit. Let me sit for a bit, good sir. I don't want you blowing up. All right. Boy, this is such a tough call. Such a tough call. I may have to take them screws back out. I forgot about these peels. Not going to be where they'll be seen, but you know, well, wait, the one fell off. That's right. Are they on? Or did I take them off? Nope, this dummy left them on. Alright, well. Get out of there, stupid. Which guy fell off? Oh, that was out of the new case, not this case. My mistake. Alright. The peels have disappeared. Time to run these screws back in. I'm going to try and do it from here this time without having to flip down. Now that we've done it once, they should. Oh yeah, they lined up with a lot easier than the first trip around. Okay, one and numero dos. There we go. Can we get a shot of this? Yeah, you don't get much more. Get just the fingertip, just out of sight on that one. You'll see off the edge of the counter, but we can at least get the whole build in. So there, that's a setup for the fans. 3 new ones, 3 new. Okay, and then 1 new there. We still have 2 new ones. To line up there and put one old guy to the back. Or just leave them. That's what I was considering earlier. You would have all new and one old logo back here. But they're there. I think, like you said, leave them. They look fine. The only thing that's different, as you should probably not be able to see. Let's take a look. Yeah, we'll just compare it right where you can see it. The edges of them even look different. One compared to the other. Like what they got going on the edge. So from this fan to this it's also a step, you know, from here to here to here. It wouldn't be good for it at all. But there you go. There's your answer. You bolt two fans together and you have one of them just disabled, but you don't want it doing that. But they'd all be at the same height. There's your 10th fan, the magical 10th fan. Let's take a look, see. Pull it out. It comes out of the back. This one's going to push air out the back. I'm not going to have these stacked up on each other. We want it as thin as possible. We're going to hold these wires tight. Set this in there. When they're stacked up, I think it would be tight. When you leave the wires unstacked, it should be okay, where it won't be too tight. On there. There it goes. Okay, those are away from the blades of that fan. I'll try and do something else with them later to ensure that, yeah, they're good to go, golden. And that can come down right now. None of these fans, literally none, are going to be hooked up except for the CPU fan and probably these two. We're just going to take and jump them together for right now. Well, no, we don't even have power supply. What am I talking about? Yes, definitely wiring nightmare. But we'll get it sorted. It's going to be a whole lot of wiring. one thing I want to do before I even start routing and tying wires in is get everything hooked up out front, tested, and then start packing it all into the case. It's going to be fun times. What else do we got here? I'm trying to think of what else can we do for right now. While we take a step away. We have all of our controllers. 1, 2. What are those? Those aren't going back in any way, shape, or form. We want the wire. So these are coming out, extra pieces. Set them out of the way. What do we have here? 1, 2. So one of these will run 6 fans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 2 of these will run 6 fans, but do we even need those? That's what I'm getting at. Where's that Commander Pro? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. Yeah, so we're going to have to definitely run one of those. So 6 of the fans will run off of this. And then we should be able to plug in. And one of these will take care of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4. One of these will run the other 4, if I'm not mistaken, as far as I'm understanding. And then we'll be able to have our 2 LED strips run off this as also, thereby skipping some of the other things that were in the system, which is going to be super cool. This has to go. Does it? Go in there then? Really, that can't go in there. That's just silly. Maybe not. Yeah, has to. That's it. It did go in there. Okay, we'll throw that back on a later date. Stop. What else do we got to do? We got to get the main system wired up to do a post test. Start getting all this. What can we do? What do we need? We need the front panel buttons and oh my, okay, so look at that. Just in case we need it, we're getting these out. So it looks to me like we have 1, 2, 3. Is that 4? So we've got 2 of those, 2 3-pins, which is actually only 2, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 temperature sensors. that we can put in the system. Nice. Where are we going to put them? GPU, CPU, GPU. Main SSD. Who knows? We'll get to that later. All right. New parts over here, old parts over there. This is the crazy part, all the wiring. This is the part that drives me nuts. We're going to put the rest of the screws in the fans. So we got to flip this guy over. Yet again, do another flip. Some of the stuff isn't going to be useful as far as I know. Because I know it's an RGB hub, but does not the Commander Pro work? Yeah, digital RGB lighting and fan speed controller. That's fan speed. No, I think we do have to have. Okay, so that is... Let me look at this thing. What plugs into it? I gotta get familiar with it. I've never set one of these up. So that's going to power our fans. Yeah. No, we're going to need... So that powers our... That's just fan power. We're going to plug in 2 of these hubs here. And that's where all of our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fans will go. And then 2 LED strips will plug into this guy. And then our temperature sensors. So that's the plan so far as I know. It's going to be crazy. We've got to find a spot to pack all this in the back of the case. Also, we've got the room. We've got the technology. And a lot of planning to do. Well, planning and executing, because we now have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4 old LED strips and 3 new ones. Not sure all where yet, but we will get there eventually. Let's put the screws in the fan before I forget that. And start thinking about what are we going to do with all these wires. Maybe we'll do a quick post test. Throw the GPU in, get the basic wiring, and most importantly the fans for the water cooler running. I think we'll do that and end the stream here, and we'll pick back up next stream with doing all this great stuff. We'll have a few moments to think about it. That's going to be our... We don't even need that hard drive plugged in. That will go to our RGB header on the motherboard. That has to get SATA power. USB 3. Where are our front... There's our front panel pins. Okay. That's the furthest one out, so it's going to stay to the outside. This is where it gets goofy. Running all these wires. Nope, we gotta run it somewhere else entirely. It's close to where it plugs into the motherboard when we go toward the bottom grommet, but we're gonna do it to this one here. Get out of the way. That one will be our guys. Now we gotta see what these are. They are marked. So what do you get with this case? You get hard drive LED, power switch, reset switch, and power LED. So power LED, hard drive LED, power switch, reset. The usual suspects. Stack job. You mean the dual fans? Stack them up to make it the same level. That's crazy shit, man. No way. I'm not being the guy that does that. Where's this Type C port? I saw it. So it's gonna, this one, we're going to, wow. Wowza, wowza, wowza. What is that? I hope that's nothing important because we're running this up instead of down. Okay, that will take up our slack for the most part. That goes up and out here to our Type C port, or header on the board. I think it's the same. I hope we don't need the adapter to adapt from one gen to the next. I'm going to take a closer look at it. That's our front. What is this? HD audio. Where's our HD audio? HD audio is, I forget. I honestly forget on this board. The layout of it is so. What is that? USB 3, USB 3. All right, we're going to start doing some bread tie cable management. Just got to find one to reuse for a short time. I'm going to start trapping some of this stuff temporarily. This wire is kind of silly already. I can see that. Like I can just see that it's going to be silly. So we're going to bundle it up and zip tie it to, what are you? That's the front panel. Front panel wires. Zip tie. Alright, just due to the sheer size of this case and all the wiring, we're not going to get stupid with anything, but we're going to do the black and white theme. We're going to use white zip ties on black cables, and when we have white cables, we'll pop some black zip ties on them. That will go. All right there. And what else? What is this one? That's the other one. So that's all going to feed together into one. And what are you? Front panel audio. We're gonna literally start doing cable management as we go. Just little bits here and there. It's like nothing major, just one. If we can pop one tie on before committing to anything crazy, yeah, that would be great. Let's hide those all out of the way. That's our USB 3 cables, and that stupid wire that I said needs coiled out of the way because they put way too much wire in for what it is. That we'll tuck in. There's that. me some snips to cut that off. Now we have to flip this over and find our front panel audio. These guys should be good up here for right now. If they'll stay, probably not. Generally, they won't. Let me try tucking something in loose. It likes to fight till the bitter end. But we'll hope. We'll hope. We have hope on this one. Audio. They put it all the way to the back. Like, is it an intelligent move? Has to be, right? That's our, yeah. All the way, no. All the way back there. Nice. Okay, good spot for it. Okay, so here's the dilemma right now. Another thing about running wiring in cases. Okay, so you can't really see it, but we're kind of getting there. Let's see if we can. So can we see here? No, can't see where I'm pointing. That sucks. Let's flip back to the bird cam. Okay, so here's our audio header. We have the wire. The closest spot that we can get it to bring it through from the back. So there's a couple options. Okay, we can bring it through here, through this grommet area, and undo a couple screws and tuck it behind the motherboard, run it along the bottom, and then plug in our front panel audio. We can bring it out here and plug it in, or there's a hole down here where we could also bring it through and plug it in. Or my favorite, we drop it down from the back side by the CPU socket, which means we have to undo a couple screws, just loosen them up to feed the wire down through, and then flip it right up and plug in and pull all the slack back out, and then tighten our motherboard back down. You literally have no wire showing, just like a little bit. That's gonna look crazy if we run from here up with a cable. Not near as bad if we go from here up. If we're gonna unloosen this to get the wire behind these to trap it up there, well, we might as well do it from the CPU socket down, or we could do it just from there. That would be less of an angle going that far. So let's see what this is gonna look like. Get over there, my friend. Okay, come out the back. Good. Go back. Let's take a peek and see what it's going to look like to hide this wire. I think this is going to be the move. On some cases, you don't have it. These don't line up and they're smaller and spaced further apart, but that one's pretty good in a pretty good area. I think we'll be able to hide it right underneath. I know you could potentially poke through the insulation with something on the case. I agree, you could. But how you check that is after you plug it in, and when you tighten stuff down, you see if the wire wiggles. If it wiggles, it's not being punched into by any of the leads on the back of the board. Very, very simple to check. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So instead of a wire running from here down to a hole there, or here to this hole, we're going to flip this back. All these wires are like super in the way from the fans until we get them ran and routed. We're going to flip this under the board. I'm going to have to lift up. I have to loosen this next row of screws. We're not going to take them. I don't think I don't have to take them out. I just have to loosen them to let the board pick up a little. And that gives us, plenty of room to get between the standoff. And we got to get up over the other standoff as well. You see, in this case, component-wise, the way it's laid out, it's not gonna. We may have to jump up higher to get our wiggle room, or maybe potentially not. That's it right there. Another way to achieve this is sometimes some cases have way shorter standoffs. And those are the ones where your wires are going to get pinched running them behind. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you, my friend? There you are. Before we tighten anything down, we're going to pull the cable tight to keep it Alright, let's find out. What is the verdict? Can't be done with this one, or our standoff's just a little too short. They were on the shorter side. But that's what the case was designed with. Yeah, I think. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so we're not poking into the wire. Our rubber grommet right here is holding the wire up tight to the board. Other than that, if that isn't in the way, the wire has wiggle room. So we may have to trim part of the grommet out there, but our wire is well hidden, and we don't have a big thick black wire stretching across anywhere, and it will go right here and go behind and disappear. Perfect. I like it. Now we have to look at the layout of the motherboard. This part is not fun. I hate reading this fine stuff on the board. So that's power LED, hard drive LED, reset, and power. Power LED plus and minus. Hard drive LED. Reset is those. Let me see here. This power LED reset goes next to it. Hard drive, and then it should be. It's so hard to see with the glare. The power switch will be above reset. Don't hold me to it. That should get us powering on. Reset if we need it. We should have some type of light for our SSD. And a power LED, hard drive LED, power reset. First, we need to get power to our fans and our power supply, so some basic power into our motherboard. We're going to do it with the power supply externally, of course. Where are the... Okay, so we need those wires. We need our USB wire. Which way does it go? This way, yes. Up. Plug into our USB header. Right there, temporary, of course. We need, what else do we need here? That's our SATA. We need that. We put this to CPU. Okay, CPU, that's for LED lights. That runs our two fans. Let's plug those in. Fan one. Tell me you grabbed the wrong one twice in a row. There you go. All right, so here we are. We're getting ready to do a post test just on our all-in-one water cooler because we got to keep the CPU at least somewhat cool. Let's try and keep our wires out of the way of that. And there they are. We need getting better, perfect. Plug these in, and we're going to get the main parts of our power supply, whatever we need just to do a basic post test on this thing. And we do have to put a graphics card in because this Intel chip does not have onboard graphics, so that's another factor. No onboard graphics. All those can be kind of sort of in the way. We're going to throw those out of the way there. So we're going to have to get power for our 3080 as well. What are you? That's USB Type-C. Let's check that header now. Okay, so we're going to curve our cable. It should. Tell me it's going to work. Yes. USB Type-C plugged in. Good stuff. I'm not going to call it victory yet, anything like that, but at least we're progressing slightly forward instead of backwards. Come here, you're going out of the way so you don't go up and hit a fan. Out of the way, we need to plug that in. All right, let's get this thing. Oh man, I don't know which way to do it. Which way do we do this? And I still didn't screw those fans in. So now that we're running wires, let me flip this up and do those couple screws. How many did we miss? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then tighten them down. All right. I can't believe he said stack job. Punching metal. Nah, the problem with stacking stuff is the fans, if they were both plugged in, they would be fighting each other horribly. And, I mean, they would be stacked, I guess, in a push-pull config. Like, one would be pushing, the other would be pulling. But right on top of each other, I don't know if that would work or be good. Couple screws in. Don't even think it. This thing is going upward. Come here, fan. Up and away. Just going over and tightening all the screws on these three fans that are stacked vertically up the front inside of the case. We have one screw left to put in, probably 3 to tighten down. Right, fair enough. One, 2. Super boring content for sure, but this is the long job of doing a build, and you could just rush through it and just slam these cables in the case, just wherever, just stuff them in there. Why not, you know? It's gonna hurt. But why? Why? Do something. Make it awesome. Let's bring this out right there, because how close can we get? That's our USB-C. We have one at the top. Let's go right by these SATA with this onboard RGB. Yeah, onboard RGB. That's what I was trying to say. I know what I was saying. Nobody else has to know, but I knew. These are a nightmare to plug in. Oh my, come on. That is it. Why are you fighting me? Don't fight. Let's go. Got it. Alright. Alright, good stuff. It went without much of a fight. You gotta twist the wire to get it to disappear. Alright. That is on board RGB header that we are plugged into there. The one we got to use in that instance. We have all our wires here. Do some more management later. What else? What else do we need? Let's see if we can get a little something for right now. I don't want to put the power supply in. Oh boy. If I do, it's just going to be a nightmare. So no, we can't put it in yet. We will, but not yet. For right now, we are setting it. We need a few wires. That's the way it goes. Yes. Trying to think, what reason can't we set this power supply out the front of the case? For what reason? If we have RGB header plugged in, boom, boom, goes there. So all we need is SATA in the RGB. We should have some type of light. There's the SATA. So with that, we're not going to have USB 3 right now, but we're just doing a basic post. Power on, self-test. Not too concerned about Windows at the moment. Right now we want these two fans spinning, this to light up, and possibly our front. Oh, that's right, they split these up. It's a little bit maddening. Here we have, of course, the GPU. That's also a must do. It's on that must do list if we want up if we want to see anything. Hold on, stack job. Run it dual style. Yeah, and would look silly, but must be done. What do you mean must be done? You really want, like, how about, you want 2 fans stacked up to even it out? That's nutty. That's berserk. I don't know. Can you run 2 fans that close together without it hurting anything? That's what I'm concerned about. Killing a fan. You don't want to kill a fan right off the bat. I've never done it. I've never stacked fans up personally, so I do not know. I can't vouch for it working and being successful or not. Seta. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so we have 1 from the back for our case, and we have 1 for this guy. We still need our... Ooh, did I hit any buttons? Did we kill anything? No, we didn't. We did not. All right, let's keep going. We need EDP connector. Wherever the heck it went, right there it be. Is that the split? No, that's the other end. This is the split end. Okay, so we're going to get this. Oh, don't play this game. Just go. Okay. Six plus 2 PCIe and 4 plus 4 CPU. Alright, 12 volt main power. We need to get power to our GPU. Alright, they're not going to hit that fan blade. That's fine. We can't even power that yet. Anyhow, that's good. What do we need? We need 3. Count them. 3. 8 pins for this monster. Let's get this thing plugged in first, and then we'll worry about the card. So right off the top of the slot, it's going to be that guy. Oh yeah, I never did open my drink. Let's do that. Back counter with it. Silly, go over there out of my way a little further. Thank you. Make sure we're not smacking into anything. Straight through the case. Straight through. Nice. Go. Got it. All right, this is going to be temporary. That is where it needs to be. Do we have... Let's see if we can go just with a straight 8-pin cable. That would be fantastic. Let's split apart CPU. Why are they all... Oh my goodness, it's maddening. It is legit maddening. That's an 8. That's a 6 plus 2 and a 6 plus 2. This is a straight 8, but it's for the CPU, not... Unless they're wired the same. We're not even gonna try that. We're just simply going to plug in our 6 plus 2 and then loop over our other 6 plus 2. Get out of the way. There you are. Okay. Yeah, I remember EVGA power supplies coming with a modular ones coming with a like where they plug into power supply straight to 6-pin, then a 6 plus 2 to a 6, and then the 2 6 plus 2s and a straight through from power supply to the what's it called, to an 8-pin. Like I use them. You have used them. So we got to plug into for our, what is this? GPU. Yes, so we have our SATA for the two things that require SATA power. Let's double check. Boom, boom, boom. It is powered, in the front strip is powered. Audio, power reset switches looking good. We got a reset and everything else. Nice. Well, let's find out. We need a power cable. We'll get, where's our HDMI? We'll bring our HDMI around and plug into this GPU. And mouse and keyboard, which we have a mountain of wires on our mouse and keyboard, so we'll get them out from under the pile. The pile of crazy. We need a photographer here taking photos along the way, along the ride for this process. It's bananas. Okay, bing bang. That. Feels like I'm forgetting something, but we have no fans plugged in that need be right now. Let's flip over our sources. Takes it to our repair. It's probably not going to kick on first go round. Or on the screen at least anyhow. Where is the power? The big button at the top? So it's on, but it's not on. Nothing is. What did I forget? We got mouse, keyboard, monitor. Give me a sec here. We're going to check all our wires very quickly. Bleed power. I have that plugged in. Okay, come here, you. Okay, that is a 4-pin. Let me see this guy. Unplug, replug. What is this? Ah, okay. We're missing one. Okay, so 1, 2. 2 from the GPU come down. One goes there. One goes there. That is CPU. That is to our CPU. I don't think it much matters, but just in case, we're going to try. Alright, motherboard power. I may be forgetting something. What did we forget? Let me look at this. Where that's reset. Where is the power switch? Did I miss the pins? I may have. Let's pull it and move it over one. Ah, there we go. I didn't have it on the right. Not on the right jumpers for the power switch. Yeah. Okay, so we got RGB, if you can see that, on the GPU. We got fans spinning GPU. We have our 2 top fans spinning for now. We have our crazy guy here in the middle, the brain. This was our brain transplant that we had to do. And then on the other videos, the other live streams, and now we have our RAM. So our basic test is up and running. Let's try and reactivate the source for whatever's going into the back cam link. We're going to try and deactivate and activate it. Oh yeah. Okay, so computer is back up and running. Haha, there you go. Yeah, no, it's all good. I just don't want any of your stuff coming up that is your info. So this is our basic power on self test. Let me go up and grab that and get it out of the way. What is that? Oh, we got something blinking behind my little source there. Okay, let me turn that source off. Give me a sec. Do you want to download and set up? No, I'm going to hit no. I don't want to do any setup stuff on your stuff. So we'll hit no. We'll drag it. Is that the close? Yes. Okay. So basic power on self-test is functioning. The card's not even firing up the fans at this point. It's not doing nothing. It's going to sit there silent. Now, yeah, I know this thing's crazy upside down right now. I'm just taking a look at something just to see. Just to see what we see. Oh, the icons? Yeah. Yeah, they readjust depending on the monitor you plug them into. This is so close. I wish you could. I seriously wish you could see this right now, man. This is so close to like almost perfectly designed. You'd flip if you saw this, how close it was to being. Like bang, right there. Perfect. You can almost get away with it. You probably will be able to get away with it. But here, I'll show you. So, in the design of this case that we got here, for this massive 3080 that's in here, this massive graphics card, he has a GPU support. Now, it has a big plate, okay, that threads on and sits on the bottom. You got that. But we have 3 fans sitting there now. And where it hits to line up square, true, we could prop it in some other spot. Understandable. It would definitely go to some other spot. It's sitting right on the corners of the fans, you know. So it's covering up 2 fans right about like that. Right about in that area. But yeah, it is the back side of the fans too, so it's about like that. Right about like that there, covering the fans when the bass goes down. But when you take the bass off, let's take this bass off and pretend to get it to line up nice and straight. As far as I'm talking about these bottom fans, so we're talking about the fans that are all the way on the bottom of the case here, right here. These ones. We'll say this is one of those. When you put it down, so this part comes up to support the GPU, where you had it there, to have it nice and level and with the room for the support, and to have it running straight up and down this way, where it's hitting on this fan, to have it level each way, it's not hitting the... Oh, don't fall! Oh my god, you just gave me a heart attack. So let me tighten this back up before I do fall over and die and nobody's here to wire this up. Okay, so when it's hitting the bottom fan in the bottom of the case, it is hitting not in the screw hole, but just off from it. So just off. If you can see that, that makes sense. Actually, wrong camera. Let me go back to the one that you can see detail on. So instead of hitting the screw hole makes it kick inward, kind of like that. It kind of does one of those, and it's also doing one of these, leaning right in here. It was that close to being that perfectly set up. Here, I'll show you. Let me show you on the wide cam. So going, if we have room, I don't know if I have room to go upward. Yeah. So going from this fan up to where your GPU was supported, if we take the base plate off, it's almost so perfect. Like, what happens is this post hits this 1 8-pin on the end. So this post is running at an angle like that. Not that steep. It's kind of, it's running at about this angle here. To level it up, where you have to move it to make it perfect, where it's hitting on this fan, say this is that bottom fan. I'm telling you, it's so crazy. Yeah. Here is where ideally we would want it to hit, to not to have to use the base plate. It's legit coming and hitting there. That's where it wants to go to sit nice and level. Unreal. We may have to drill a hole in a fan, and you can ditch the base plate. It'll thread right, we'll thread it, everything. It'll thread right into the fan. It's really, really that close as far as making sure that it's level, looking at it from the front. When you look through here, having that GPU support like straight up and down this way, so it's not cocked out or leaning in, and then also so it's not leaning this way or that. We thread one little hole in a fan and it will be perfect. You can ditch the entire base plate, or we can just have the base plate sit on the corners of the fans. Yeah, you could actually ditch the base plate. This would thread in to the fan and then run the support up. Pretty cool. That well, yeah. Awesome, extreme coincidence. Anyhow, we'll get to that later when we get to it. For right now, we got our test, and oh, that's cool. Our test worked. So that was a long ramble on about having that work perfect on that thing. Definitely was. I can't believe it's that close. Anyhow, let's shut this monster down. We've got much more to do, but like I said, we're gonna. Where is the mouse? Mouse. Go to the corner, mouse. There we go. Shut down. I hope I hit shut down. I'm too far away from my monitor to read it right now. Regardless. Oh, yeah, one is out. That's that one. I see it, the one fan. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, isn't that the one that went out before? And I came over and adjusted it and it turned on? Did we not have that issue before? Ooh. Where are there's the LED lights. It's always. So nothing excessively hot, everything nice and warm. Let's, what did I do? Did I shut it down? Yeah, I just shut down. Let's fire it again. Yeah, it's back on now. You see that? Why? Why is it back on? You know, why is it back on? Who knows? Let's unplug that. We're going to flip back over here for the time being. Put that on, and then we will plug this back in, and it should refresh. It did. Yeah, see, it's back out. It turns on when it boots, but it needs reset up to actually be where it is, like be turned on and doing what it's doing. What is that, an IQ thing? Wrong mouse. I'm using my mouse from my computer to try and close your windows. I'm looking for the icon. I don't see it. There it is. My brain's broken right now. So that's what you have going on there. That's what you have going on there. Why is the one fan out? This is disturbing. Hardware lighting. Lighting setup. I gotta turn that stupid thing off again. Alright, so what are we looking at? That is, two fans are connected. UL? Are those UL? What does that say? I can't see. It's not big enough on my screen. Is that UL? LED? Looks like it. Off for 2 months, then start my computer up one day and bang, working. Fan control overclock. Nice. Yeah, I don't get it. As I said, while we're here, it wouldn't hurt to, redo it. That's what I mean. We'll put all new, bang, 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 all 3 new fans, and just move one oldie to the back. You'd have a black logo back here, and all new ones making this nice big U. But I mean, you have it wrapping now, but it stops. So I don't know. Up to you, boss man. I'm the monkey in here, chewing on the wires and playing with loaded guns, you know. Anyhow, are they UL series fans or LL? That's what I don't know. Let's bring this mouse over here where it can actually physically click. ML? ML, UL, HD. What type of fans are those? On the Pro RGB series, HD. It gotta be these ones. LL lights it up. ML turns one off. HD, lights them both up. And let's just keep playing. I'm not gonna hit none. LL lights them both up, and they're both doing the same exact thing. Like they are in sync with each other. And the Ram's acting bomb. Look at the Ram. That's nutty. Yeah, I'm telling you, NASA's gonna see this shit from space and try and shoot it down with the Space Force death ray. And be blinding astronauts with this thing. Yeah, we'll definitely mess with that later, man. Anyhow, it's good stuff. We just have a bunch of wiring, dude. Literally a bunch of wiring. 5 terabyte external hard drive to hide. And LED stripping to do. I think it's going to be a tight fit in there. 1, 2, 3. Alright, where's the mouse? There's the mouse. I lost it for a minute. There's at the front of your case, looks like. I don't know. I believe it's something because it does plug into an onboard header. As far as, man, I don't want banging anything. Let me move the case out slightly. I don't want to yank anything, so we're gonna be picking stuff up. But there's a light around the power button, and then you have this bright light there. That's probably gonna shine into the glass somewhat, maybe. It's the power light. I'm looking for the hard drive LED. I don't know which one that is or where it is. I might have it pinned wrong. Well, it's not really doing nothing to blink, but what are these? Oh yeah. So that's the color. Oh, there we go. So yeah, it does that on the front too. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. That's really cool there, man. Interesting. Oh wow. It's kind of pre-programmed for its own thing. I guess it has its own settings, and then you could probably do even more with rsync because it is plugged into the RGB headers of the motherboard. No IQ, I don't think. Dashboard? Is it? Where's dashboard? Home. Wrong mouse. Alright, I'm clicking with the wrong mouse again. Let's go. Yeah, see, it's not going to see the actual case because it's plugged into the RGB header on the motherboard, but that's what it needs, as far as I know. I don't think IQ. No, it might see it because it can see the motherboard. So I'm wrong about that. If it can see the motherboard, you possibly have control over it. Yeah. So you can control the RGB headers with different stuff. Nice. All right. Anyhow, drag this down. Let's close that. We are going to mess later. For now, shut down. Shut down. All right. We got a wiring mess to deal with tomorrow. I think we're gonna pick up then on it. Give it some more thought. I really got to study the wiring method on that video because I don't mind using somebody else's content, but then again, I don't want to play it on stream, so I'm gonna kind of maybe I'll have it queued up with my headphones, with my wireless headphones in, and queued up on my phone. Nah, I'm gonna study it, watch it some more, and all the wiring. But yeah, we still have one new guy. I mean, literally, we make them all match. It's literally you're one shy of the whole system being all new. But that would have been heck a whole nother case, and that's just stupid at that point. One extra. Yeah, I don't know what to do with the extra screw, or the extra screw, the extra fan. I really don't. So we'll put this off to the side. You have an extra. You have a backup in case you get one dead. Which, knocking on that wood, man. I don't want nothing like that happening at all. No way. All right, but to be continued. Wiring mess dealt with tomorrow. Possibly later. I'm going to say tomorrow. Wearing down, the brain is breaking a little bit. I'm going to clean up and get a little more organized with stuff as far as this. But so far, so good. This is what the setup is. I need to study up on all. Like, I know how to connect each of these individually, but to get them all set up, I think I know just by looking. Like I said, I kind of went over it. We're going to have to run all. We're going to have to run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 of these will plug in. That will get us up to 12 fans, but we only have 10. Each one handles 6, so 2 of those plugged in. Then 6 fans will plug in here. And if we split 2 of those out, that would be 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that would only be 8. Because we're only adding 2 fans, right? Yeah, so we'd have 8 fans running off of this. So we only have 2 splitters. Are they 2-way or 3-way? 2-way. Unless we plug one into the other, which that's not recommended. That's one way to do it, though. You know what? I have a 1, 2, 3-way that's not being used. I'm only using 2 outputs on it, and it's a 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. I'm not sure. Yeah. Fairly certain that's how that's going to work out. But like I said, video tomorrow. More to come. Wiring craziness. We're going to get all our parts together that we need to get out of there. And all the stuff that we may not need. We got to put it in a pile as well. There it is. So guess what? Just for the power on self test, we got Everything's golden. We're not going to need this because in your bag of tricks and wires, you actually had something to replace this. So we can get rid of the random black wire out of the system. We're going to throw this in a not needed pile. I think that's about it. It's give the brain a rest time. It's the copper. Gotta get some new adhesive on this guy. Oh yeah, he explains. Yeah, definitely explains it good, better than I ever will in a million years. But yeah, that's the plan from there on out. We just got a bunch of insane wiring. The GPU mount to put in, or the GPU kickstand, or whatever the prop. Which you need it. You need it with that card. That is legit a heavy card. I know they got metal surrounding the PCI Express slots, but a little bit of tin that they wrap around there, that's not. I'm sorry. Over time, that's not holding the weight of a 3080. That's it's just not. It's gonna bend for sure. Excuse me. Sadly. We got it though. We're good. We're golden. Throw away these zip ties. Anyhow, thanks for hanging out, man. Awesome. Awesome computer build. I cannot wait to see this done. To be continued directly. Give me the parts. Give me all the stuff I need. Oh boy. Let's throw these cables in that we're not going to use right now. We have what we have out for our GPU. We have our other connector there. Where's the remove the SATA? Yeah. Taking some inventory to myself. Plug. RGB hub. But here's what I'm not getting. This don't make any sense. Unless they just hardwired it, which, okay. Fine if they did. It seems like they're... That's where it would go. And then what goes there? Just like a data line? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it right now, though. Basically, it's just stupid thinking about it. Unless that will do... That's impossible feat. we'll put it there. That's on the back burner kind of thing. I'm looking at that RGB hub, the extra one, not making sense out of it. It's compared to the other ones. Okay, the other ones have a SATA connection and a USB connection, right? So it plugs into a USB header, gets power from SATA, unless it can get power from one or the other. But as far as I know, SATA is powering it, and then this is its data connection as far as its extra power, and it's how IQ controls it over that. IQ is definitely not controlling it over SATA power. There's no, as far as I know, no data lines on this. That's just going to straight be different voltages, and there's only 3 coming out of the possible 5 that should be there. This is where the data would go in to control it through IQ. However, this one just has a SATA line and then 6 ports for the fans. It has a 3-pin, which ideally could be a missing USB cable or possibly an LED strip, but I think this is the Corsair RGB hub from a different time period, an older one for different type fans. It doesn't quite match up. It's not near as big. Who knows? Not using it, we don't need it. All these wire ties, got the screws. Power down. Alright, we're unplugging for now. Zipper on the side. Let's get this out of the way. I know we're not using this hub, man. That's gonna be that and the sheer amount of extra stuff. I'm gonna find a box to start putting all your extra parts in, like these. We don't want to put them back in because it's pulling air out of it's going to pull air out of the back side of the case. So yeah, it's put these away. Boom, boom. Perfect. All right. Good box. Put this stuff in. Anyhow, that's I think that's about it for now. Just trying to unplug everything, and we're gonna put this in a state of partway put back together. I'm not having faith in letting glass panels sit around in boxes for the time being, and we have all the extra RGB lighting to do. Basically, we got the what do I want to call it, the post test. So it posted, powered on. What do you want to call it? And booted up. We got to Windows. That was a good first test. Now we got to start running all the permanent wiring and routing that. But like I said, that's going to be tomorrow, coming up soon. Can't wait. We're going to get this in a state of safety for the time being, and then get out of here for the night. I think. Let's move these. We need those. We need that. Where's the cable. Did I pick it up? Stand up, guy. That's you. Pretty solid in there. Pretty solid. How does this go? Backwards? Backwards or up? Now this was an up. Okay, magnetic. That will go down. Here we go. Let's try and show. Yeah, right. We just don't have a high enough camera. So we got these guys. Very nice system how it goes together. Impressive, I will say that much. Where's that silly K right there? There's the silly cage. It's out currently. That will go on top in a moment. Okay, yes, I was right. There are super bright. There are some black borders around the edge of the glass. Awesome. Let's throw this in. One more big panel, one more giant panel here. Then we can put the top on. So we gotta we'll see if we have a little bit of room now. I don't think we do. I think that was exact. I'm moving our fan and radiator forward. Basically what's happening, we're gonna have to either bend, let me show you this. So right here you got, where's the camera, man? You got this part, right? That part's going in. This part going in. what's happening is that it's not letting the top slide on all the way. It's barely, it's covering the glass, but not to the extent it should be. Up on the front side of the case, up that way, it's not, the lid isn't covering. So this is your lid. Basically, it's not coming up as far as it should. This in the back is running into the back side of your radiator here. So we're going to have to bend this a little, or possibly see if we can move the fan forward a little and the radiator forward just a hair. So right now I want to see how close we can get with putting it on. It just won't latch shut. It'll still screw in. There's a latch back here, a spring-loaded latch. It is just not locking. We're about eighth of an inch away from locking, and the screws won't actually even go in because it's not sliding forward this way far enough because of that in the back. So let's try and move the rad right now while we're here, so we can get this thing closed properly. Try and move this fan and the rad real quick. It's only 12 screws, you know. Luckily we don't have to undo them. We can just loosen them and be pretty good with it. Let's find out. Will it? No, it's not. So we're going to have to clean a little bit of metal off that back piece. On the inside, the little latch that goes in and latches on the spring-loaded switch that lets the top come off. Let's loosen this radiator up just in case we can get just a little bit with them all loose. I doubt it, but let's try it. Ooh, we might have made it. No. Shit, I hope. I hope. Alright, forget the screen. Let's try the lid. Yes, just that little bit made it, and it's covering the glass more. Alright, success. Now, do the screws want to go in? That's the other important factor here. No, we still got to move. We still got to So here's the story. The latch is latching because the hole is so big. Right here, when your cover slides forward, there's a spring-loaded latch that locks into this to keep the lid on. These are not long enough to go in and grab the screw holes because of this hitting the back side of your radiator, so we're going to clean the edge of that metal off by, I don't know, 1/8 inch or so to let it go in the rest of the way. It's like going to be the only option. Or take the whole radiator out of the top. That's the other option. Besides, it's metal hitting metal. You probably don't want metal rubbing against metal with vibration going on in the case. So we're going to have to do some filing or dremeling. But to be continued, like I said, the lid latches on. It's sturdy enough. Even if we can't screw it on for the night, it won't go anywhere right now. It caught the latch. So that's good for now. Anything getting misplaced, lost. Let's throw our screen on. Good. Anyhow, thanks for hanging out, man. You, anybody else, now, in the future, earlier, the kiddo. Make sure to stop back tomorrow. It's been real. It's been fun. This brain is tired. Drink was on the back bench, so there. Ha! Anyhow, have a good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, whatever time it may be. We will see you very, very soon tomorrow. Back on. Why does it kick back on? Flat Earth Santa, make my buttons work right. That's all I want this year. That's all I want.